step, step, what's at a time? I machine. When I to him out for your killing the not so. Not go on. I started to get wrong. Finding happened in the next. Right, let's go. They're not the shit of ways. Let's organize. Oh, you'll be. You're saying I'm sure. Son, you're saying it's not a summer. Happy Sunday. Cook. Son, so they're talking about shit. Okay, unakanyaga namna hiyo, just step, then you step on, then you turn around a little, step, okay, step, turn around, every time you step, and step, not like this, let go, let me go, let go, yeah, my is too long. Try this with me now. So, now, first say now, once to go to the bench. Start in the other side. The other side. The other side. The other side. On the other step and you step and you step and then step. Then turn around and step. One more time, step and you step. Then turn around. Let's go. Here we go. Raise your hand like this and down and up and down and up and down and up and down and up. Simple one now. Here we go. Awesome. Please, because you're going to right there. There is beautiful. Give somebody a high five. This, that's one more, right? From the Luya land. Don't. So let's see that. So, and this one. Oh. Round of a bit. Side by side, the last time, ask me the secret with. Side by side. Side by side. Then you keep your hand here. And I shall go. No. The other side. The other side. Well, and then finally, stop now. I know. No, that's what I'm going. So, much me. That's what I'm going. Here we go. 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 Now, let's figure out, children. Here we go. See you first. See you first. See you love it until you finally sit down, down, judges. Find your seat. Down, 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 down. Clap for yourself. Thank you very much. Beautiful.
Gentlemen, good morning. Can we give one more round of applause to Kayamba Africa? That was a fantastic fitness workout for those of us who didn't make it to the gym this morning. Good morning once again. My name is Victoria Rubadiri. I will be your moderator for the better part of today. This, of course, is the launch of various reports of the National Gender and Equality Commission. Exciting insights that we'll get into a bit later on. But before we begin officially, we're going to take you through a few technical presentations. I'd like to invite Dr. Anyango from NGEC to take us through that portion of the program. Can we give her a hearty round of applause?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Nyango Ching. I work at the Inequality Commission. I'm going to give an introduction of the study reports that we're going to be launched today, and allow me to read my introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, it is our utmost pleasure to have you here with us today. The National Gender and Equality Commission collaborated with several agencies in Kenya, universities, statistical officers, research and policy bodies such as KIPRA, and with technical and financial support from GIZ Bonn, conducted a diagnostic study on inequality in Kenya. The Commission received additional technical support from Erasmus University Rotterdam, a highly ranked international research university based in the dynamic and diverse city of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, via Erasmus Research and Business Supports. This inequality diagnostic study is a 10-year retrospective secondary literature review that covered the period from 2022 to 2012. The study identified causes and drivers of inequality in Kenya, and some of the policy options Kenya can use to reduce inequality. We would like to present the study findings so as to kick off a discussion on a subject that is rarely spoken about. Please allow me to welcome to the stage Mr. Nick de Jong, the lead consultant from Erasmus University, Rotterdam, to take us through the study findings. Thank you very much for your presence.
Yes. Good morning, all. I first would like to thank the organizers of this event for giving me the opportunity to share findings of the study with you. As was just indicated, this is a study based on secondary literature, a review of literature, plus some descriptive analysis of available data on inequality in Kenya. So first, the question is, well, what do we mean by inequality? So inequality means that not everyone in the population has the same level of some monetary or non-monetary level of well-being. The concept of inequality differs from the concept of poverty. Poverty means that a part of the population has a level of some monetary or non-monetary measure of well-being that is below a certain threshold. In the case of inequality, we can distinguish different dimensions of inequality. I already referred to one, which is in fact the dimension of monetary versus non-monetary. So a monetary measure of inequality can be the distribution of incomes in the country. An example of non-monetary inequality can be differences in access to education. The second dimension is outcome inequality versus inequality of opportunity. Outcome inequality is, for example, the distribution of incomes in the country. An example of inequality of opportunity is that not every child in Kenya has the same level of access to education services or to health services. And then another dimension of inequality is, in fact, the distinction between vertical inequality and horizontal inequality. Vertical inequality is an indication of how a measure of well-being is distributed across in the population, among the population. So it's a measure of the dispersion of that measure of well-being. And horizontal inequality is, in fact, the differences between different groups of the population. So, for instance, the mean income in urban areas versus the mean income in rural areas. And gender inequality is also one form of horizontal inequality. So it can be, for example, the differences in incomes between men and women, or differences in wages, or any other relevant variable. A popular measure of inequality is the Gini coefficient. The Gini coefficient is a coefficient that takes a value between 0 and 1, theoretically. 0 means that there is perfect equality, and a 1 means that there is a very high degree of inequality. In fact, that one person in the population would have all, for instance, all income. Now, this is theoretical. So the boundaries are 0 and 1. And in reality, the Gini coefficient takes a value between these two extremes. In the graph, you can see the measure of the Gini coefficient at different points in time. And the graph shows that after 2005, there was a declining trend in inequality of expenditure in the country. The graph shows a declining trend, but the level of inequality remains high. Even at the end of the period, it's still around 0.4. So that's still a high level of inequality. Now, if we compare the Gini coefficient for Kenya with the Gini coefficient for some other African countries, we see that the degree of inequality of expenditure in Kenya is between the degree of inequality in Ethiopia, some other African countries which have a very high inequality of expenditure. For example, South Africa. The study looked at different drivers of inequality in Kenya. And some of the drivers relate to aspects of the labor market, sectoral employment shares, also the proportions of wage employment and vulnerable employment in total employment. A second set of drivers relates to taxes and transfers, and the focuses on household characteristics influencing the inequality of non-monetary outcomes. In Kenya, agriculture is still a dominant employment sector, both for men and for women, but especially for women. Still more than 50% of employment of women is agriculture. Agriculture is characterized by low productivity compared to the productivity in other sectors. And that is a factor of underlying the inequality. Inequality in terms of differences between urban areas, but also inequality of differences between women because of the higher concentration of women in agriculture. The next graphs show the changes over time in terms of the proportion of wage employment in total employment and the proportion of vulnerable employment. And the trends in the graphs, there is some movement after 2005, although the proportions of wage employment remain lower for women than for men, and the proportion of vulnerable employment remains for men. Gaps. So despite the narrowing over time, these trends are likely a cause of gender and overall inequality. As I indicated before, a second set of drivers relate to taxes and transfers. And the new findings of an incident with data using from the 2015 household survey. And it can be that the taxes use quality in Kenya. First, the direct taxes and the social insurance contribution reduce Gini coefficient some points. Here in the table, Gini is in fact expressed as in of the households. In terms of access to health, the findings are that in 2015, poorer self-reported injured or sick persons were less often diagnosed in a health facility than injured or sick members of households that have higher incomes. In the same year, it is also found that the health insurance coverage was much higher for the richer households than for the poorest households. So for the richest 20% of the population, the coverage was 42%, and for the poorest 20% of the households, it was only some 4%. In 2022, 3/4 of women between 15 and 49 years of age in the lowest wealth quintile, the lowest 20% of households, the households with the lowest wealth levels, had at least one problem to access healthcare, compared to only 30% of the women in the highest wealth quintile. So there, again, there is a difference that is related to the socioeconomic position of the household. I mentioned before that gender inequality is one example of horizontal inequality. Gender inequality has like different dimensions. You can think of inequality in terms of access to education, inequality in terms of access to health, but also inequality in terms of political participation. It can be differences in terms of poverty. So there are different dimensions of gender inequality. And gender inequality can be both a cause and an effect of overall inequality in Kenya. There are studies that show evidence of gender gaps and even discrimination against women in the labor market. Discrimination in terms of access to employment, also discrimination in terms of remuneration of employment. There is also evidence of unequal access to social services. Women have less access to education at the technical and vocational education level, and also at the university level than men have. And another finding is that the share of female TVET students was lower in 2021 than in 2005, 2006. And there can be different explanations for that. The study looked at drivers of inequality. It also has a review of existing policies and strategies. It also looks at well, the role of donors related to the aspect of inequality, what the strategies of donors are. And the study presents a number of options for policies to reduce inequality. And I will just mention a few here. One is to increase the labor productivity and earnings, among others through training and education, and address the gender inequalities in the labor market. The two are related because, as I mentioned before, there's a concentration of female employment in the agricultural sector where labor productivity is lower as compared to the productivity in other sectors. So increasing the productivity in that sector and increasing the earnings, reducing discrimination against women is one policy area. The second one is related to the fiscal system. One option is to have more progressive
do. I won't go deeper. We're waiting for guests as they make their way over. While we're doing that, Kayam, if you are in the room, the floor is yours. And as they're coming up, of course, these are things to think about. As Dr. Anyango had said, you're all people who play in the inequality space. And we saw from the numbers, like they say, data, numbers do not lie. When you look at access to health, access to education, the gender gap, and it's extremely critical that we have all of these minds in this room to think up on what that action plan will actually look like and how to implement it as well. So Kayamba Africa, if you are close by in the room, we'll have a bit of entertainment as we await our chief guest who will be joining us in just a few. We've kept time, which is fantastic. It's not every day that the moderator says, we are ahead of schedule. So that is a great surprise. Kayamba Africa, kindly make your way up. Let's give them a round of applause as they lead us through a bit of entertainment and music. And we await our chief guest. Thank you once again for indulging us and for your patience as well.
Gosh. Z- sh- Uh-huh.
Jaber Mangeyo, Jaber Koada, Koada Kodiaka, Bene Ageo Atwaro Mondra, Achuni Nikure Modoa Medica Paro, Chunya Bormero, Alangar Kisu, Kawaga Kwai, Wendoa Goro, Goro ya Koyote, Botire Yedete, Haya, 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 Okana Tigen, Dieda Godaida, Tagodaida, Oina, Madoka, Nadi, Zikibira Yash, George. Voyanza, Ladies, Ebe muyanze wenyanga ngurendi. Ebe muyanze wenyanga uze ube uwanche. Kawaga kwai, wendo awangoro. Rosire yelete, hai. Kapatwe sasa. Sonaromi nyosho jisa. Mama sabe de penji. Amuana mai wanche. Mana mulai wanche. Continue que no me quieras, me tengo a tener comisas. Ako sawa majanga majanga Joji ya majanga man ama una Honda wetu Rift Valley ile slam kwa yeye Fra outside your union Kongo gavana Iyo ni chemio so iyo ni neka bomba so iyo ni chini se iyo ni neka bomba so mami kirege moe mami galas voglio 참매 재미없어 참매 Hey, Alison. Why do I got it? Safi kabisa. Now, kwa Wakisi, kama you're in the house, don't just get finished well seated. You can stand and dance as well. Sini sawa? Good. Twende kazi. Ome baba, Akina chinkoro mbango baba, akina chinkoro, akina chinko kwani mbango baba, akina chinko baba, akina chinkoro mbango baba, akina chinkoro baba. Stick it out, tampoco todo. Chinanchiko mango baba ye. Chinanchiko baba. Chinanchiko mango baba. Chinanchiko baba. Oh be baba ye. Sindikisa bana bomoyo, esiri yaga baka baita no ebananga. Sindikisa bana bomoyo, esiri yaga baka baita no ebananga. Ay batara ebananga. Bataro wora ebananga. Kora ebananga. Na ego ebananga. Na ego ga ebananga. Sindikisa bana bomoyo. Sindikisa bana bomoyo. Yes. Banto banto. Chumbe chetu. Narero. Narero. Banto banto. Napte munto. Chinga chetu. Narero. Narero. Banto banto. Namogaka. Chumbe chetu. Narero. Narero. Take me slowly, my dear. Shumbo. Thank you. Up for the kisses one more time. The only disappointment is that they were dancing while seated. I don't know how that is possible. Right. This other song that we want to do is a lawyer song. It's simply, I don't want to say glorifies, but talks more about the beauty of a lady and says that a lady is a beautiful vessel. Shumbo maritati. So if you know them beautifully made, be upstanding of yourself, otherwise it is not me who said it. So beautiful ladies, please be upstanding, and all gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. Makofi kwao. This is a special song for beautiful ladies only, and I want to underscore the word beautiful only. So if you're there and you are not physically challenged and you are seated, what do you want us to think of you? Beautiful. Now, keep yourself easy so that we can enjoy this together. Swing easily and gracefully, side by side. Go. Swing, swing. There. There you go. Somebody love come somebody love come somebody love come somebody love come sing hey when you have to push your voice who's I know nation number one number one how I told I was running number one how I told I was running. Here we go. Now, shake your shoulders, shake your shoulders, shake your body, shake what your mama gave you, shake it, shake it, sing. Just swing like this. Swing. Just turn around gracefully. Turn around. Right? Did I hear you say wanaume? So no, we are very gender sensitive, by the way. We want to be unfair to anybody. So being a gentleman is very expensive. It means that you must be just that one word. Musimame hivyo. And we want to make it very easy. Kasi kitu. Wanaume wasimame.
Beautiful ladies, kindly encourage the men to stand. Particularly if they're seated next to you. Yes. Ukienda kwa kanisa wanaume ni wachache. Sijui na shida na kuwaga wanini. You go to a meeting, bado hao ndio wachache. They are endangered species, right? Okay. Because you're a gentleman, I want to be very gentle with you. Very easy. Just not pole pole, just like this, and enjoy. But when I say we go down, get a little bit wild, but then again go back to your calmness. Gigi. Very simple. No. I like a bit, you're too formal. Be informal now. Right and left, right and left, right and left. Very simple. Haha. Wengine takusonga tu yawa. Here we go. I am deeply worried at heart. I am deeply worried at heart. I was a girl of so and my faith is not strong. Now I really don't know what to do. But to hit my head, I cry. My remedies of change when you go. Just chasing things out. Go. And I go. Telemuka, gentlemen, go down a bit. Go down a bit. While you are shaking your body, you can just go down that way. Ladies, can you clap for this man as they're trying? I don't know how step and step and step. Here we go. I can see somebody moving there. Yes, yeah, now you're doing it very well. Okay. One more time. Down, Georgie. Down, 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 down. Ladies, encourage these men. Don't sit. Don't sit. Don't sit. You're just in this position. We must agree there is no gain without pain. Can we know, right? Okay, as a man, don't sit. You know, Kajuki Dogo. Yeah, men are not supposed to sit like that. This rhythm is for us. Just one verse. Don't sit. And then we go to the next level. Okay. Flex a bit. Some guys are too timid. I don't know why. Okay. One more time, clap for this man. Kuna shida iko hapo. Ndio kwani wamekosea mahali? Hamjakosea, mko sawa. After this one, we'll do a collabo. Then we can now take a break. Sindio? Collabo moja ya kumalizia. Okay, muna bahati sana, man. There was something I want us to do. So we'll quickly do a collabo. Let me have ladies joining us to do this. Kudamba. Ladies join now. Be upstanding to wote tusimame sasa. Men have escaped something. There's something I really wanted them to do, but it's okay. Ladies can be upstanding, those who can. Here we go. This is a movement. We go. Here. Unaenda na mnai, ukirudi nyuma. Let's go. Now here. Hapa sasa. Here we go. Twende hapo. Sawa kabisa. Really very well. Up to this now. Keep it. I can put your horse like this. Let's try this together now. Here. Try this. This is a warning to those people who don't like school. One more time the warning. Others, here we go. Twende tu hapo. Aya, twende na hii sasa. Aya, ngoja sasa. Angalia kama mtu fulani chini. Fungo. Aya, twende sasa. Let's go. Here we go. Sophia. Hey. Another simple now. Here we go now. Fun. And turn up. Turn up. Turn up. Ah, wale tu. Wale tu. Sasa. Ya mwisho wa press. Now here we go. Pass it. The other side. The other side. The other side. The other side. Up down. The other side. The other side. Now. Very simple now. To the right. To the side. To the back. To the front. To the right. To the side. To the back. To the front. Then you can show this. Until you find the seats, but not in a hurry. Down, 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 down. I'm not finished with that. Down. Thank you very much. Doing very well. Okay, wow. Beautiful. We're taking a slow bit so you can have an opportunity to also be talking amongst yourselves as we are singing very easy one now. Julieta. Najeti sawa? Okay. Volume kidogo. Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi?
Mahewa.
Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi?
Wala.
Safi. Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi? Julieta, Julieta, uko wapi? Tangu tuliachana nawe mwaka uliopita, uko wapi? Tangu tuliachana nawe mwaka uliopita, uko wapi? Julieta mama. Uliniacha Julieta mama.
Ziki bila jasho.
Ukamfata mwalimu wa Kisumu. Ukamfata mwalimu wa Kisumu. Julieta mama. Kufukuza tabia yako mbaya. Kufukuza tabia yako mbaya. Julieta. Julieta, Julieta, ukoma. Julieta. Julieta. Ah, kwasa. Ah. Shasa. Julieta mama. Ah, Julieta mama. Ah, Julieta mama. Julieta mama. Julieta mama. Julieta mama. Juliet Mama, Juliet Mama, Juliet Mama, Juliet Mama, Juliet Mama, Juliet Mama, Thank you. Asante sana. Kumbe ni polepole, nimeona mmesweat sana mpaka naona unajipeperusha, which is good. Si.
Macho yalicheka, moyo unalia, macho yanicheka, moyo unalia, macho yanicheka,
Yanicheka,
macho yanicheka, moyo unalia. Nikimkumbuka, nikimkumbuka,
she's ready to have. Wapwani mpo. Dengua, mambo niyo kama hayo. Do.
मेरे प्यारे प्यारे
Mere pyare pyare.
मेरे प्यारे प्यारे
Kukuti, amjare. Mere pyare pyare. Pyare pyare. Kukuti, amjare. I just want to say, Mombasa hakuna. Yeah.
Wachedihaka, Mezisikia, Wachedihaka, Mezisikia, Wachedihaka,
Shut down. Haya we, hauko uko sawa? Mm.
Vigelegele kwa wapwani. Dododo, mambo yao ni taratibu. Hata mwizi akimuibia unasikia, ndio huyo, mshikeni, meniibia pochi langu. Ni wapwani.
Nimepanda milima na mabonde, nimepita misitu na nyika kaogelea, mito na bahari hauku, nimekutana na vipusa, nyuso zinazong'aa, meno maziwa, macho dorori, wanya mdomoni,
Hauku.
nifikiria kwako, siri sisikii, sura yangu tabasamu, roho haiduni, bali urukaruka, aoko, 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 aoko.
Joji, mangale. Hapo sheria huku. Weke sheria.
Nahasaire magai koroka kuperiko radie ginya metito latu pera iria ine no dire dona yotoe akwa desemane tietaria manome ana idia paresaro di iremana ai mamane ne no saro What a fish. So stupid. Ah, no. I could. Yeah. I took it from my Something like I when I said, Magoro, Kiwachwaniera, Aheria Oko, Setatite Shote Masheri, Pimamba, Wanani uliza si wakiweye sina musichana uliza sina musichana Lekeshe. Asante sana kwa makofi. Mangale, 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 mangale. Uchimu bana banda, uchimu bana banda. Mangale, 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 mangale. Mangale, wabumba nakata mawangu. Ekeche mambele mona buyunata bekeshe zinani nango bawe. Mami buyunata bekeshe zinani nango bawe. Ekeshe mambele mona buyunata bekeshe zinani nango bawe. Mami mona buyunata bekeshe zinani nango bawe. Nanguma, nanguma mwana, nanguma, nanguma mwana, nanguma. Nanguma, nanguma mwana, nanguma, nanguma mwana. Jenny, mnazimlani muzomuno. Benitoto, amewo. Asante sana. Ah, kamano.
Oye, Lou in the house. This is the time now. I'm not for Father Buzima. And I saw watching. Ay, penye nito. Tani tiomo ga oduok nebe. Tiene o. Dito si para ori kwezano ko ori kara. Ori ko ka ori do kana chungusa. Mas manani. December. December. Yeah, we are bara bara, pari pari. Yeah, bara bara, we are bara bara, pari pari. We are bara bara, we are bara bara, pari pari. Yeah, bara bara, pari pari. So, and I so much. Ah, Yuyos, Mr. Yuyos here, at Marani, Ibro Gona Venus, Ero. Allah I'm a coach of the Yes, Chamari, 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 Chamari,
Sing it on, sing it down, sing it down, sing it down, sing it down.
So, wow, 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 wow. So, so. Just like me, what I vision, here I am too. I'll bring you down, stop, together. Jumbo, Jumbo, Paragani, Angara kabisa, wakeni, Abaisha, Ila yetu, Akuwa sasa, Kenya nchi nzuri, nchi ya kupendeza, tembelea pembe zote, Wakenya wapendeza, tabassamuni kwa wingi, furaha mioyoni. Sema hapo sasa. Ndokia hapo namna hii tu kidogo. Ah, students. It's so Wakenya wameng'ara, wanang'ata wako sawa. Sasa it's number one. You may have your seats. I'll ask the DJ to play some background so that we come back. Kunywa maji kidogo.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for your patience. Just a quick announcement, preliminary announcement before we officially begin. We are waiting for our chief guest to make their way over, just a few minutes. For those of you who are outside in the foyer enjoying tea and juice, kindly make your way into the plenary hall so we can all be present when the chief guest makes their way in. We also request that you engage on social media. We have a hashtag, Advance Equality. So on Twitter, I believe we are trend even more, right? It will be great if we can get your photos up there and just a little tidbit about equality on your X account, Instagram, Facebook, wherever you are active. Once again, the hashtag is Advancing Equality. If you use of the restrooms, you will head out of the doors of the main room to my right, make another right, and in the corner you'll find the gents and the ladies. For now, though, you can enjoy networking for a few minutes and then we'll begin shortly. Thank you once again for your patience.
Check. Check.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to recognize the presence of our chief guest, Dr. Idris Salim Dakota, Principal Secretary from the Office of the Deputy President. Thank you so much, Bwana PS, for joining us this morning. I request if we all stand as we observe the national anthem of the Republic of Kenya, followed by the East African Community Anthem. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Star. Emo twamba willing them. Joy Africa Marshall King. So we say, she so we sit down on the
Thank you, Kayamba Africa. I request that you remain standing as we are led in a word of prayer. Allow me to invite Commissioner Thomas Koyer from the National Gender and Equality Commission.
Let us pray. Loving Father, we come before you for giving us the opportunity to stand again in this great nation. As we gather, Lord, your presence is here. We want to commit this great day into your hand. May you allow us, O Jehovah God, to serve you as we serve humankind. We pray for each and every speaker that, Lord, may you guide our thoughts until we come to the end of the program, for we pray in Jesus' name.
Thank you, Commissioner. You may now take your seats. Thank you. Allow me to once again recognize the presence of our chief guest, as well as honorable principal secretaries who are present with us this morning. Honorable governors also in the room, welcome. Members of the National Assembly and Senate, a very warm welcome to you as well. Members of the Diplomatic Corps who are with us this morning, a very warm welcome, as well as the NGEC chairperson, commissioners, and CEO. Thank you, our dual hosts for this morning. Chairpersons and members of commissions and independent offices, you are also welcome, as well as development partners and UN agencies, members of county assemblies, state and non-state actors, members of the private sector, as well as special interest groups present, and of course, fellow members of the Fourth Estate. All protocols observed. A very good morning to all of you and welcome once again. My name is Victoria Rubadiri. I will be your moderator for the better part of today. So this is the launch of some key publications by the National Gender and Equality Commission. Essentially looking at some of the drivers and causes of inequality, and more importantly, looking at how we can start to craft an action plan moving forward and implement some of the solutions that have been spelled out in some of the publications we'll be launching this morning. I'd like to invite our first speaker just to give us some context, to set the stage, if you will, to make some welcoming remarks. I'd like to invite Betty Sungura Nyabuto, Chief Executive Officer of the NGEC. Let's give her a hearty round of applause as she makes her way up. Thank you.
Good morning. Our chief guests, the PS Cabinet Affairs, Idris Dakota, the representatives of the cabinet secretaries were here, our PSs, chairpersons and commissioners of constitutional commissions and independent offices. We have ambassadors, heads of missions, UN agencies, and other members of the diplomatic corps. We have state and non-state actors who are present here. We also have our special interest groups whom we represent as the National Gender and Equality Commission. And above all, I wish to also recognize the staff of the National Gender and Equality Commission. On behalf of NGEC, that's the acronym for the National Gender and Equality Commission, I'm honored to welcome you to the launch of 4 crucial publications, which I will name shortly. They are the 2023 Inequality Diagnostic, that's Mind the Gap Towards a More Equal Kenya. And we did have a technical presentation just before we got into the official session, which we are in. The second publication is a scoping review, a national inclusive development framework for marginalized communities in Kenya. The third one is the status of gender equality and inclusion in the public sector 2023. And finally, we have the model gender mainstreaming policy for the technical and vocational education and training TVET sector with elements of inclusion, that's 2023. These publications represent a significant step towards a collective pursuit of a more just and equitable Kenya. As outlined in our mandate, which we derive from the National Gender and Equality Commission Act, these publications are driven by the fundamental principle of equality and freedom from discrimination in line with the Constitution, if I dare say, Article 27. So NGC is committed to research and collaborate in order to achieve a society where everyone thrives. Our chief guests, these reports are the culmination of a dedicated research, a collaboration with government ministries, the academia, support from our esteemed partners like the GIZ, the World Bank, among others, and most importantly, our special interest groups. Because if we did not have the SIGs, we wouldn't have had a reason to baseline our research and findings. Their voices and experiences illuminate the realities of inequality in Kenya, guiding our work and informing these invaluable resources. Our chief guest, today, we celebrate not just the launch of these reports, but the knowledge and insights that they offer. These reports are more than just data and statistics. They are powerful tools for understanding the challenges and opportunities on our path to a more equal Kenya. I therefore take this chance to invite us all to really read them, have a quick understanding of what they are, these publications, and engage with the findings so that we can bridge the gap and build a more inclusive future. Our chief guest, sir, as National Gender and Equality Committee, it is our that this report will be a catalyst for action, a roadmap for a positive change, and a testament to our shared commitment to a just and equitable Kenya. With those few remarks, I wish to thank you all once again and really wish you well and that you enjoy our event. Thank you very much. Over to you, our moderator.
One more round of applause for Madam Betty Sungura Nyabuto, CEO of NGEC. And she actually said something really critical, that these are more than data and numbers. This should inform our way forward in terms of making a change and lessening that gap of inequality in this country. As she said, there have been some critical partners in this whole process who really have made this possible. And we're about to hear from a few of them. Our first speaker is Bodo Imink, who is the GIZ country director, to take us through their critical involvement in this process. Let's give him a round of applause.
Our chief guest, Dr. Idris Salim Dakota, Principal Secretary, Cabinet Affairs, Office of the Deputy President. Honorable Dr. Esther, there she is, Esther Moria, Principal Secretary, State Department for TVET. Honorable Anne van Gobe, Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. Your Excellency, Ambassador Pirkka Tapiola, Ambassador of the Republic of Finland. Your Excellency, Mrs. Leigh Stubblefield, the Deputy High Commissioner and Development Director, British High Commission. And of course, also Dr. Joyce Mwakali Mutinda, the Chairperson of the National Gender and Equality Commission. Distinguished equality and social inclusion champions, ladies and gentlemen. Hamjambo. I'm really honored to be here today among such eminent speakers and participants for this event. It could not be more timely. Just a few days ago, Oxfam released its latest annual report on inequality. The report notes that since 2020, just less than 4 years ago, the world's 5 richest men have more than doubled their wealth, while almost 5 billion people have seen it fall. With the gap between the poor and the wealthy that large and growing, it is not surprising that inequality has become a pressing issue in many countries and has gained public attention in recent years. Here in Kenya, as in many other countries, inequality hinders further economic growth and sustainable development for all. But why is tackling inequality so important? Simply put, we cannot eliminate poverty without reducing inequality. Moreover, high levels of inequality hamper social cohesion, access to public services, and economic growth. I'm deeply convinced if we are to make sustainable development a reality for all, we need 2 essential things. First, we need specific policy options to tackle inequality directly. The Inequality Diagnostic study seeks to stimulate dialogue and partnerships to address inequality through informed interventions leading to equitable and inclusive development. Complementarily, the model gender policy provides a comprehensive framework for the promotion of gender equity, equality, and inclusion in the TVET sector. The 2 documents being launched today offer profound insights and present a variety of policy options that open a world of possibilities for a future founded on equality and inclusivity. Second, to make sustainable development a reality, we need strong partnerships. Tackling inequality requires teamwork. These policies, which we are launching today, are the result of strong teamwork. They serve as a testament to the power of collaboration in shaping solutions that pave the way for a more just and inclusive society. GIZ Kenya, on behalf of German Development Cooperation, is leading from the forefront in supporting equal participation of all in various sectors to promote access to jobs, education, healthcare, culture, and sports. We do this through target awareness raising, exchanges, mentorship programs, policy development, dialogue, and the equal involvement of women and men, girls and boys. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, by strengthening progressive policies that reduce inequality and policy incentives that encourage inclusive participation for all is a catalyst for sustainable economic growth in Kenya. By doing so, we unlock their potential to steer our nation towards lasting prosperity. So, despite the challenge ahead, I remain very optimistic that we together can tackle inequality head-on through robust policy options and unwavering partnerships. We from GIZ, as part of German Development Cooperation, remain committed to working with like-minded partners to collaboratively pave the way to a fairer future for all. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Emick, for your remarks. I'd like to invite another key partner in this process, Her Excellency Lee Stubblefield, Deputy High Commissioner and Development Director at the UK High Commission. Let's give her a hearty round of applause as she makes her way up.
Your Excellencies, partner ministries, National Gender and Equality Commission, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, Barizasbui, good morning. It's an absolute pleasure to be here at this event to launch the Commission's 2023 reports. Thank you for inviting the British High Commission. Apologies from the High Commissioner who had to attend another event. I'm afraid you have me. I'd like to start by commending the government of Kenya and everyone in the room for your strong leadership in promoting gender equality. Our partnership, the UK with Kenya, reflects a shared dedication to a world where marginalised groups, including women and girls, can unlock their freedom and rights, their full potential. We know that gender inequality remains a key driver of poverty and social exclusion in Kenya. The COVID-19 pandemic saw the rise of unemployment, particularly among vulnerable groups. We will not achieve the Sustainable Development Goals without a strong focus on leave no one behind. Given this, the UK is committed to putting women and girls and social inclusion at the heart of everything we do at the British High Commission to help improve lives, amplify voices, and stand up to injustice. But we know progress is under threat as the backlash on rights intensifies and the impacts of conflict, climate change, and other crises drive up rates of violence. The number of cases of femicide and violence against women in Kenya highlight a worrying trend that calls for urgent action. And the world will have seen on the media the call for that over the weekend and yesterday. The UK remains a committed partner in working with Kenya and with all of you in implementing the roadmap towards national targets on ending gender-based violence and female genital mutilation. Over the last year, through the Africa-led movement to end FGM, communities have led change. And in collaboration with the Anti-FGM Board, the programme has developed survivors' leadership training to enable women and girls to continue safely advocating for ending FGM within their communities. Through the Reinvent programme, the UK has supported justice for gender-based violence survivors. In November last year, together with CS Jumwa, we were able to showcase the work of the Situation Room in Mombasa. During the royal visit, Her Majesty Queen Camilla met survivors and women leaders and saw firsthand the critical importance of this work. The UK is providing support for approaches that put survivors of sexual and gender-based violence at the centre of prevention and response. The Ongea Usikiki Speak Up and You Will Be Heard, I hope, online campaign is a way to report sexual and gender-based violence and for survivors to share their stories and challenges. We're also harnessing the power of technology to empower people with disability to overcome barriers. The UK's Assistive Technologies in 2023 programme test what works to improve access to life-changing technology for all. Our Digital Access programme has supported the development of an Information Communications Technology Authority digital skills curriculum, ensuring inclusivity from the start. This will help government agencies and organisations, some of whom are present here today, to train 10,000 people living with disabilities at both national and county levels. In conclusion, these are small steps that the UK is taking in support of your incredible work, and we are really proud to be a part of that. I'd like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the National Gender and Equality Commission for the launch of these insightful reports. As noted, they provide us with evidence and recommendations to drive sustainable progress on gender and social inclusion in Kenya. The UK remains a committed partner to this work, and I really thank you for all your work to take this forward in practice. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Deputy High Commissioner, and for the wonderful work that's being done in the space of GBV, especially considering the current climate that we find ourselves in as a country. I'd like to invite our next speaker, His Excellency Ambassador Mr. Pirkka Tapiola from the Republic of Finland to Kenya. Let's give him a hearty round of applause. Balozi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Honourable Chief Guest, Principal Secretaries, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I'm absolutely delighted to be here today at the launch ceremony of reports and policies aimed at advancing gender equality and social inclusion in Kenya. Let me start by congratulating the National Gender and Equality Commission for organising this important event that will provide up-to-date data, evidence and policy direction to improve the lives of all women, men, children and young people in Kenya. Now, I will start by saying a few words on Kenya, but being the third speaker, there's always that little risk that I may sound repetitive and that I may say something which has already been said. I apologize if I do, but in Finland and in many other places, you do say that repetition is the mother of all learning, so do bear with me, please. Kenya's economy has grown at a steady pace over the last few decades, and this economy has shown resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic. This growth has reduced poverty and contributed to a sustained improvement in living standards. So there's a lot of good to be said about the state of Kenya, regardless of some challenges which we're all seeing. However, there's always however, Kenya's poverty levels do remain high compared to other lower middle-income countries. Unfortunately, almost 4 times the average. And significant disparities still exist in access to basic services as well as economic and political opportunities. As the World Bank concluded in the Kenya Poverty and Equity Assessment, which they launched in December 2023, so that's about a month ago, concerted efforts are needed to address various disparities in society and ensure that progress is equally shared across the population. The bank called for an inclusive growth strategy to ensure that growth translates into real poverty reduction. Current efforts by the government to make health services and education accessible to everyone are very commendable steps, and they are steps in the right direction. It is worth, however, pointing out that the call to address inequality is not just an altruistic one. Research consistently shows that societies with lower levels of inequality are more socially cohesive and stable, as well as more productive, innovative, and competitive. Put simply, equality makes sense. Equality brings prosperity, peace, stability. For Kenya, escaping the middle-income trap will demand a strategic focus on equality of opportunities and inclusive development. To achieve this purpose, the reports and policies launched here today are really of crucial importance. It is reassuring to note the presence of top government leadership who are mandated to push for implementation. So, dear representatives of CSs, dear PSs, this is where the work starts. This is not a culmination of anything. Now, I am usually allergic to people who come and preach, so I will try not to. But at the same time, I do want to share a little bit of my own country's experience, because we've actually done very well in terms of equality. A strong commitment to gender equality and social inclusion has shaped Finland's development story. Let me note, for instance, that we were the first country in the world, still as a Grand Duchy of the Russian Empire in 1906, to grant universal suffrage to everybody. This is really a momentous issue. And we can well say that a focus on equality has been a cornerstone of Finland's success. It has influenced our education system, it has influenced social policies, innovation culture, and overall well-being. And I dare say that it has also brought resilience into society. Somebody said recently, on a European level, that no society will do well if only it relies only on 50%. It has to rely on 100%. And that means girls and boys alike, women and men. For Finland, the promotion of equality and inclusion, the strengthening of rights of all women and girls is a domestic priority, but it is also an integral part of our foreign and development policy. And this is one where we really have consensus. Whether you have a center-right or a center-left government, if you look at the foreign policy priorities, the rights of women and girls are up there. That does not change based on government, based on political orientation. This is something we take as a given. And we must remember that upholding equality is both a value and a principle which requires continuous effort and commitment. We've seen that. The world has become more equal, but this equality is being challenged. It's challenged in politics, it's challenged in social debates. So equality is not a static achievement, but rather an ongoing process that requires vigilance, adaptability, and really a strong commitment to justice. Last Sunday, we in Finland held presidential elections, and while the role of the head of state, in our case, is mainly on foreign and security policy, there is a role of a moral leader And it was really striking how questions of equality and inclusive social policies featured prominently in the presidential debates, because this is what the population was interested in. This is what mattered, even at this very, very difficult geopolitical situation where Finland is on the in the front lines. As our societies change, new challenges, issues, and perspectives emerge that impact the pursuit of equality. And this is where we need to be vigilant, and this is where we need to work. Now, in Kenya, Finland works to enhance the rights of women and girls, end gender-based violence, and here we are very much with what my dear friend from the UK said, as well as improve the quality and relevance of TVET and support private sector growth so that young women and men gain decent employment and operate sustainable businesses. Further, Finland is increasingly engaging in private sector collaboration, impact investment, and mutual business partnerships, especially in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, education, as well as structure and solutions. And as we are dealing with trade, and you may have seen in the news, we are in the midst of a transition to new kind of partnerships, which are private sector focused, employment focused, economic growth focused. And these are very important ones, and they can be very, very big. Now, I'm here today, however, primarily because of the launch of the model gender mainstreaming policy for technical and vocational education and training for TVET. Now, support for the development and implementation of the model gender mainstreaming policy is really a central part in the Youth Employment and Vocational Training Project, which is jointly funded by Finland and the Federal Republic of Germany. This project is implemented by GIZ, and you heard another friend open this sort of international segment of speeches here. And we work with close partnership with the TVET department at the Kenyan Ministry of Education. And PS Moria does give us a hard time, which is very good for the project and the country. Now, launched last year, our joint project aims to sustainably integrate the dual training model in the Kenyan TVET system. And this dual training model combines classroom with practical on-the-job training. It can address the central challenge of the Kenyan TVET system, the mismatch between the skills of the workforce and the needs of the employers. And let me say that I was last week both at a TVET institution and at a business company, and I saw this cooperation in action. And I have to say I was really, really encouraged. I'm extremely pleased to witness the launch of this policy, as gender equality and inclusion in TVET are really priority objectives for all of us in Finland, in Germany, and in Kenya. We know that too many women and girls are held back by bias, social norms and expectations influencing the education they receive and the subjects they study. Persons with disability face serious challenges in accessing education, including TVET, which means that they are often excluded from work and employment. In line with this, our joint project aims to encourage more young women to enroll in technical, traditionally male-dominated vocations and increase access to TVET for persons with disability. Now, sometimes this is also unfair towards men because you expect us to be very technical. I have to say that about 95% of women I would trust more with technical and mathematical sides than me as a humanist. So, I mean, let's sort of really do away with gender roles here. Now, we will explore opportunities to advance gender equality and inclusion in TVET through digitalization and the use of technology. These objectives are very well aligned with Finland's global work as one of the leaders of the Action Coalition on Technology and Innovation for Gender Equality. The coalition is part of the Generation Equality Forum, a global campaign led by UN Women. And let me see you last week when we were going around and looking at these very technically oriented. I was in complete awe, not understanding anything that was happening around me. But what made me very happy was the amount of girls who were there. And when we went to the business company, there were 2 students in exchange, and there was a girl and a boy. So that means that the 50-50 principle was there. But of course, the CEO of the company was a woman, which probably brought the right sort of feeling as well there. In terms of policy, our project will support TVET institutions across Kenya to customize the model policy to specific and contextual needs of the institutions we're working with. We'll work together with the gender and inclusion committees of the TVET institutions to undertake concrete measures to strengthen gender equality and inclusion in training programs. For this work, for moving from commitment to implementation, because it's the implementation actually which counts more than the commitment, we really need genuine collaboration of all partners and stakeholders. And looking at Piers Maria, I know that we have strong ownership in the Department for TVET. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I wish once again to congratulate the National Gender and Equality Commission for today's very, very important event and encourage you to continue your crucial work on gender equality and inclusion in Kenya. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. One more round of applause for Ambassador Tapiola. And as he said, this is not the culmination. This is where the work starts. So we're about to hear from our host this morning. That is Dr. Joyce Mwikali Mutinda, Chairperson of the National Gender and Equality Commission. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up.
Thank you very much. And I'm looking from where I'm standing. You all look very nice. Thank you very much for coming to our also birthday. I just want to remind ourselves, before I observe the protocols, that the National Gender and Equality Commission came into being in 2011. So now we are 12 years old, and you can imagine we are gearing to go to become teenagers. Our chief guest today, representing His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, our Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. Idris Salim Dakota, who is also the Principal Secretary, Cabinet Affairs Office, within the Office of the Deputy President. You are most welcome. I feel honored when I see you as part of that office in this meeting. I want to recognize also among ourselves the presence of the representative of our PS, Dr. Ezekiel Machogu Obaki, who is the CS for Education, today represented by the PS State Department for TVET, Dr. Esther Moria. She's just the right person to represent the PS, realizing the work ahead of us. I also want to recognize the representative of our CS, Honorable Katana Aisha Juma Karisa, who today is not with us. She has another function, but she has sent the PS State Department for Gender, PS Wangombe. She's among us. She'll be addressing us soon. For those who know her, she's at the far end. I also want to recognize the representative of Honorable Florence Chemgetich Koskei Bore, who is our CS for Labor and Social Protection. Today, she is represented by Millicent Muli, who is the Deputy Commissioner for Labor. Most welcome, Madam. I also want to recognize, when I look around, the governors present today. We also have honorable members of parliament, I'm told, in the house. I've not seen one, Alice Wambo Inganga. I hope she's on her way, or she will send her apologies, because that is the committee where we report in the National Assembly. I also want to recognize the presence of our ambassador who is present today, the Finnish ambassador who has just spoken to us. Thank you very much. I think I can only pronounce one of your names, that is Tapiola. The other name is difficult for me, and you'll forgive me. Okay. I also want to recognize the representative of the British High Commissioner to Kenya. This lady has spoken to us, and as much as we say that is who she is, she also has other accolades that I will not be outlining, but she has very many accolades in this country. Thank you very much, madam. I want to recognize the presence of the many fellow chairpersons, and allow me to breach the protocol and just request the chairpersons of constitutional commissions to stand up, because there are quite many, our chief guests. Just allow them to stand up so that you see them. Please, chairpersons. That is chapter 15 chairpersons. They are my colleagues, and the chair of chairs is the one at the far end. Yes, thank you very much for coming. I want now to recognize my commissioners who are present today. Thank you very much for being here. It is your function. The principal secretaries, other than the ones I recognized earlier on, members of counter assemblies present, representatives of the United Nations agencies and development partners, the fourth estate, or rather the media, state and non-state actors. Allow me to say all protocols observed, our chief guest, because we have quite a number of people in the house, and I can see very many CEOs, including my favorite one, that is the CEO, National Council for Persons with Disability. Thank you very much, Hassan, for honoring our invite. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not start by saying good morning, because that has been said, and somebody told me you may be repeating what have been said. But I want to say it is with great joy and pleasure that I welcome you all, and specifically our chief guest today, because it's like we are welcoming the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the place where the constitutional commissions have liaison office, so that when we want things done in government, that is where it is. Today, we celebrate three things: that office is here with us. That is number one. Two, we are also recognizing the fact that we have a great milestone, which we have made with respect to addressing inequalities and exclusion, while appreciating the many challenges and gaps that we must address. So as we celebrate, just behind me, you can see we have dubbed this day Advancing Equality Through Progressive Policies Towards a Fairer Future for All. And our hashtag today is Advanced Equality. And I'll be telling you why we have to push for equality at all times. And when I look back at what many governments are doing and what the world is doing, I am reminded of one thing that comes with equality. And when it comes with gender equality or equality in general, it does help us. And since we are members of the world, we need to remember that when it comes to gender equality, it's not just a human right. I know my sister from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights will say it's a human right. It's not just a human right. It is what helps us deal with sustainable development. The third thing that we are celebrating today, and which I said earlier on, is our our birthday. We are 12 years old. And for those who have children, you know, a 12-year-old is at crossroad. They want to be teenagers, so that they can do the many things that they see grown-ups do. They don't realize they are not grown-ups yet. So in National Gender and Equality Commission, we feel that we are actually growing to be teenagers. And therefore, the policies that we are going to be churning out in terms of model policies, then when we become teenagers, when we are 13, we shall be running to make sure that they are just not documents, as my CEO said, but they are adopted and they are operationalized. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this point to introduce my group that has been working on this in terms of matters policy. I have 4 commissioners and myself and the CEO, if they can be upstanding. And I'll say today I have 3 commissioners and not 4, because my vice chair is somewhere else doing another duty. So in front, we have the commission secretary, the CEO, the lady who goes looking for money, the partners will talk about that because she's the accounting officer, and the lady who makes sure that the technical staff are working and doing that which they should do. Thank you very much. She's Betty Sungura Nyabuto. Thank you, Betty. Behind Betty is Commissioner Dr. Margaret Karungaru. Dr. Margaret Karungaru likes to tell us she's the youngest. She was the last to come. So she will be the longest to serve. So development partners, you better get her card because she'll be here longer than some of us. Next to Karungaru is Caroline Naikena Lendopur. And I'm very proud of this lady. She comes from this part of the country that we have so much work to do, Baringo. I think those who are Kenyans, you know what is happening, and you know what is happening with minorities and marginalized groups. The last one, and the tallest man in the group, the man for today, the boy child, he likes being called the boy child because we have an elder, is Thomas Koyer. And Koyer does not need a lot of introduction. He's the pastor in the house. In fact, we call him Reverend. Thank you very much. That is why he was praying today. Now, I will not be able to show you my staff, but suffice it to say, I have 109, just 109 members of staff spread in 7 offices. That is the headquarters in Nairobi, Upper Hill. And then I have got Nakuru, I've got Isiolo, Kisumu, Malindi, Garissa, and Kitui. And you'll be happy to know that all those offices are represented here today. So for those who want to say that they have some complaints, those are the to-go offices. But for those, our PSS today, just remember this constitutional commission is expected to be in the 47 counties. So having 7 offices is not yet enough. Our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, the audience before you and many others following these proceedings of this event virtually has come to witness you, chief guest, while you launch the critical documents that were so well outlined by my CEO and the reports. And I just want to talk of one of them. That is the diagnostics. It is like taking a look for the last 10 years and seeing what has happened in this country. I'm happy to report that we are not doing badly. We looked at that document and you can tell the deputy president, now we are moving towards a right direction. If only one arm of government styled up, and that is the legislative arm, if it complied, then we would be better off. Ladies and gentlemen, the products that shall be launched today are co-created with many actors drawn from the government of Kenya, development partners, international agencies, communities, and members of our special interest groups, which include women, children, youth, persons with disability, older members of society, minority and marginalized groups. I specifically recognize the support from the GIZ, Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, that is FCDO, and the World Bank. They helped us come up with these documents, but the content in there is our content and not their content. They did not influence the content, but they are our good supporters. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Gender and Equality Commission remains committed to supporting all the arms of government to adhere to the fundamental principles of gender equality and inclusion as is set out by our Constitution of Kenya 2010. At the same time, we shall continue to remain vigilant and hold duty bearers to account for the investments set aside for creating a just, more equal and fair society. We are happy to acknowledge and reward ministries and agencies that drive this vision. But on the same measure, force and sanction, we want to sanction those that perpetuate exclusion and inequalities. I think you heard from my CEO that we are going to be giving awards. It's for those who have done well. They have already received their certificates, but today they will be having something better than the paper we gave. But for those who are still exercising inequalities, it is not a threat, but the National Gender and Equality Commission will do its work as commanded by the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the National Gender and Equality Commission Act of 2011. It's number 15 of 2011. Our chief guest and all present. The Commission shall also continue to work closely with vulnerable populations, including our special interest groups that I have outlined, and communities and other members of society to step up their roles and contribution in reducing inequalities within and without their context. To achieve this ambitious goal, the Commission will require additional resources, technical support, and other infrastructure. Our chief guest, your office, let me call it your office, because this is the office of the Deputy President who has sent you here. And we know now there is a unit or an area where we can go in terms of constitutional commissions. This office is designated as a liaison with constitutional commissions and independent officers in matters that require intervention by the national government, including budgets and policy formulation. Therefore, I humbly request your office and also Parliament and the National Treasury to reconsider the resource envelopes, not only for NGEC, but for all constitutional commissions. Because we are a creature of the Constitution. Let us have the resources so that we can continue to do that which we are supposed to do, and we deliver our mandate. Finally, as I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the Commission is indeed honored and privileged to host all of you and to have you, our chief guest, grace this particular lodge. But I want to leave you with the following statement. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but also a critical aspect of sustainable development. So if Kenya subscribes to sustainable development, then we need to weed out the inequalities. Thank you. God bless us and God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. One more round of applause for the chair. It's extremely encouraging also to see the government presence here and the support. And we're about to move into that segment of the program. Our first speaker is Madam Millicent Muli, Senior Deputy Commissioner representing the Gender and Social Protection Cabinet Secretary. Madam Florence Bore, can we give a hearty round of applause as she makes her way up?
Thank you. Principal Secretary, Cabinet Affairs Office of the Deputy President, Mr. Idris Salim Dakota. Permanent secretaries present, ambassadors and heads of missions, chairs and members of constitutional commissions and independent offices, representative of UN agencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good morning. Apologies from my cabinet secretary. She could not be with us today. And I'll go ahead and read her statement. It is an honor to join you today in the launch of the reports of Inequality, Diagnostic, and the status of gender equality and inclusion in the public sector. Allow me to start by appreciating the National Gender and Equality Commission for taking time to produce these thematic reports, which will go a long way in shedding more light on gender gaps and offering strategies on ensuring gender equality across all sectors. It is fair to say that no country can attain its full economic and development potential as long as a segment of its population is disempowered, discouraged, or otherwise prevented from fully participating in all the segments of the workforce. At the time of independence, women participation in paid labor force was relatively low due to various structural, social, cultural, and historical circumstances. This does not mean that women did not work, but the kind of work that they were engaged in domestically was not given an economic value. Even when women were able to access the wage labor sector, they were and still are in certain sectors face biases by employers against women, leading in discriminatory practices. Ladies and gentlemen, women overall participation in the labor market remains much lower than that of men. Among people aged 25 to 54, gender gap in labor force participation stood at 29.2% in 2022, with female participation at 61.4% and male participation at 96.6%. These large differences cannot be explained solely by women's greater difficulty in finding jobs. Rather, statistics suggest that a major factor lowering women labor force participation globally is child rearing. With respect to pay gaps in terms of economic participation and opportunities, educational attainment, health, and political empowerment in Kenya, females are 30% less likely to have same opportunities as men. Historically, the consideration of women in labor market in Kenya has been a picture of inequalities and iniquities. Ladies and gentlemen, in Kenya, decades after independence, women served only in one unit of Kenya Army, with several restrictions, and none in the Air Force, Navy, GSU, or administrative police. The construction sector in the modern Kenya that we inherited was exclusively for men, despite the fact that women constructed houses in pre-colonial Africa. This segregation of jobs was all over, and it took some time to adjust the fact that a nurse could be a man, or even secretarial work could be done by men. Some occupations were almost exclusively for women. As a country, we have made some improvement to reduce the gender gap in labor sector. Today, at any given time, one is likely to have a count of women leaders in various sectors in the labor market, as well as in all arms of government, including cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, governors, senators, MPs, and even judges. Women work in construction and other areas previously presumed to be men. Women athletes who were absent or rare in the global scenes have become a pillar of Kenya dominance in athletics. Our constitution, Article 27, provides for equality and freedom from all discrimination. In particular, provides for rights of equal treatment and opportunities for women and men in political, economic, social, cultural, and social practices. To achieve zero gaps, we need to address some spheres of concern for women on the adequacy of legal policy framework regulating the formal and informal labor sector in Kenya, which dwell mainly on inclusive hiring, promotion policies and practices, working environment, sexual harassment and violence in the workplace, equal pay for work of equal value, social protection for women, equality, gender-responsive budgeting, engagement, and suitable interventions, the protection of vulnerable and marginalized women and youth. These interventions will heighten protection of women in formal and informal sectors, as well as enhance their overall participation in employment and informal sectors, gender equality, decent work, expand their access to employment across the occupation, and to address the glaring gaps in job quality and women face. I thank you, God bless you, and God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more round of applause for Madam Muli. And a correction, she's representing the Labor and Social Protection Cabinet Secretary. Thank you once again for your remarks and representing her well. Now, we're moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Anne Wangombe, a Principal Secretary in the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action, of course, representing the Gender, Culture, Arts and Heritage Cabinet Secretary, Aisha Juma. Can we give her a round of applause as she makes her way up?
Our chief guest, PS Idris Dakota, riding on established protocols, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage to mark the launch of National Gender and Equality Commission 2023 reports. These reports represent a significant milestone in our collective efforts to address gender inequality and promote gender mainstreaming in our country, Kenya. I commend the Commission for their dedication and commitment to advancing the cause of gender equality in our country. And before I proceed, allow me to extend my sincere apologies on behalf of our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Aisha Juma, who could not manage to be with us this morning due to unforeseen circumstances. However, the Cabinet Secretary acknowledges the importance of this great event, and she sends her best wishes for a successful and productive gathering. She remains committed to the advancement of gender equality and the empowerment of women in our country, Kenya. The Kenyan government recognizes the importance of gender mainstreaming in the public sector as a key strategy for achieving sustainable development and promoting equal opportunities for all. Over the years, the government has enacted various policies and laws which are aimed at promoting gender equality and women empowerment, which include to mention but a few: Policy on Gender and Development, the Sexual Offences Act, the National Gender and Equality Commission Act, and the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which contains progressive provisions aimed at promoting gender equality and women empowerment. Despite these efforts, we are also alive to the fact that we have historical injustices against women, particularly in the realm of political leadership. We acknowledge that women have been historically marginalized and underrepresented in decision-making processes and political institutions. This is a challenge that we are actively addressing, recognizing that inclusive and diverse leadership is crucial for the advancement of our nation. In this regard, the government has taken concrete steps to address the issue of gender representation in leadership positions. We have formed a multi-sectoral working group, which is tasked with coordinating the development of a legislative framework for the implementation of the constitutional provision on the not more than 2/3 gender principle. This will definitely mark a critical step towards ensuring that women are adequately represented in leadership positions and decision-making bodies as enshrined in our Constitution. We have made good progress as far as this is concerned, and we're in the process of developing the final draft, which will now be presented to the cabinet, and other steps will definitely follow. So as we move forward, it is imperative that we continue to work together so as to address the systemic barriers that hinder gender equality and the full participation of women in all aspects of our society. The government of Kenya remains committed to advancing gender equality and empowering women, and we look forward to working collaboratively with all stakeholders to create a more inclusive and equitable society for all Kenyans. So I would like to express my gratitude to the National Gender and Equality Commission. We have been working so well, for their dedication and hard work in producing these reports. We're going to use these reports as a roadmap for our collective efforts to build a more equal and just Kenya for present and future generations. Allow me to also say something concerning what has been happening lately. We are greatly saddened and of course troubled by the recent incidents of our girls who have been killed, and it is so sad to note that for the last 1 month, actually since January 3rd, up to now, we have lost a total of 9 girls. These incidents are very unfortunate, and I want to assure the people of Kenya that the government is fully committed to addressing the issue of violence against women. Comprehensive measures are being put in place so as to prevent such tragic incidents from occurring in future. To this end, this morning we had a meeting that was quite lengthy with the Ministry of Interior. We also had to bring on board the State Department for Tourism and the State Department for Higher Education. And together, we are looking at ways of ensuring that we come up with comprehensive measures. We are also going to see how we can bring on board other actors so that we can ensure that these incidents don't happen. We must protect our girls. we must also protect our boys. The government is also committed to ensuring that justice is served to all. As a state department, we reiterate our commitment to promoting the culture of respect, equality, and safety. We want to have an environment where each and every person feels safe, regardless of gender. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Wangombe, and to also hear what the government is doing in response to the cases of femicide here in the country. Our last speaker in this segment of the program is Dr. Esther Moria, Principal Secretary in the State Department, Technical, Vocational Education and Training in the Ministry of Education, of course, representing the Education Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Ezekiel Machogu. Let's give her a round of applause.
PS Idris Dakota and my other colleague, Anne Wangombe, allow me to write on the established protocols, but allow me to specifically mention Ambassador Tapiola, who, if time allowed, would be my everyday tea break participant because of the things that we have to do together. Allow me to also bring apologies from my CS, my boss, Ezekiel Machogu, who could not be here this morning because of other engagements, but asked me to be here because, again, this has a lot to do with my department. And allow me to ask all those from TVET, because I know it's a number of them, to kindly stand up and let's wave at the crowd. That is all TVET. Thank you very much for coming, but remember, we have been told this is just the beginning. After this document is with us, the work begins. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to read the speech on behalf of Bwana Ezekiel Machogu. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be part of the launch of the National Gender and Equality Commission 2023 reports. I note with appreciation that among the reports to be launched is the Model Gender Mainstreaming Policy for the TVET and Vocation for the Technical and Vocational Education and Training TVET sector. On the onset, let me appreciate the effort and commitment of the National Gender and Equality Commission, GIZ consultants, and any other development partners involved in facilitating development of this policy. Gender equality is a fundamental human right and a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Mainstreaming gender into development is one of gender, and that is good governance that institutions, policies, and programs respond to the needs, concerns, and interests of all stakeholders and distribute benefits equally between women and men. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is also a signatory to the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA 2016-2025, through which a commitment is made to expand TVET opportunities at both secondary and tertiary levels and strengthen linkages between the world of work and education and training systems. Kenya has continually been progressive in empowering gender equality by developing policies and institutional mechanisms in an effort to promote gender mainstreaming. Pertinent to this agenda are the Kenya Vision 2030 30, the sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on national policy on gender and development that provide for integration of gender equality and women empowerment in all sectors, education included. Ladies and gentlemen, to enhance job creation and employability through a well-trained and skilled workforce, the government of Kenya over the past 2 decades has demonstrated a strong commitment to achieving gender parity in primary, secondary, tertiary education through policy reforms and program development. The Kenya Kwanza government has particularly laid focus on promoting technical and vocational education and training in Kenya due to the significant role this sector is playing in the socioeconomic development of the country. TVET equips both male and female trainees with pragmatic tools, skills, and technical know-how for job creation and employment. This sector, however, requires support and investment in setting up and strengthening their systems and programs to improve the status of gender equality and inclusion in the TVET sector and further contribute to closing gender gaps in training and employment. Currently, the status of gender mainstreaming in TVET sector is as follows. 1. Appointment of gender mainstreaming committee at the headquarters, and I have the representative here. Appointment of gender mainstreaming champions at the TVET institutions. Those are the people you saw there. Having institutional gender mainstreaming policies. Establishment of daycare centers in some TVET institutions, such as Kisumu National Polytechnic, there is one and the principal is here. Kabete National Polytechnic, I haven't seen the principal. Sigalagara National Polytechnic and Meru National Polytechnic, and I am sure they are here. Number 5, encouraging women and people living with disabilities to apply for advertised positions in our department, and establishment of scholarship policies in TVET institutions to promote and ensure enrollment of vulnerable groups into the STEM courses. In addition, the Ministry of Education has an education and training sector gender policy which describes program for collaboration with stakeholders in order to reduce gender parity in training institutions, establishment of facilities for facilitating re-entry of young parents back to training, and budgetary allocations to enable provision of gender-friendly facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, our commitment to fostering an environment to embrace diversity is paramount, and therefore the launch of this model gender mainstreaming policy will provide a uniform approach towards mainstreaming gender in the State Department of TVET. It will guide in review of existing gender policies and cascade the policy to all institutions in the TVET sector, including VTCs, which were formerly known as village polytechnics. The ministry will also continually develop and support aggressive programs to promote higher enrollment of female trainees in STEM courses, recruit more female trainers in STEM courses, establish gender desks in our TVET institutions, and train more gender champions, and provide gender-responsive office facilities and equipment, and equally through scholarships, bursaries, and grants will also be ensured to ensure gender parity. Education institutions will also be encouraged to provide breastfeeding facilities or creches for lactating female trainees and trainers, train and sensitize staff and stakeholders on gender equality. The ministry will be gender responsive at the workplace, participate in gender mainstreaming capacity building programs and activities, report any violation of the policy to the Gender Mainstreaming Committee for appropriate action, and therefore adhere to the provisions of this model policy. In conclusion, as we move forward, collaboration will be key. Continuous engagement with stakeholders, educators, and communities is essential in implementing this policy and recommendations for the reports to ensure the planned efforts resonate with the realities on the ground. I am hopeful that this policy will serve as a valuable guide to create an environment and framework that customizes the gender equality instruments and facilitates and fosters the achievements of equality, equity, inclusion, and freedom from discrimination within the TVET sector. I invite the National Gender and Equality Commission and partners to work with the State Department to ensure that the policy is implemented and that the goals set out in the policy are achieved and leave no one behind. Let us embark on this journey with a shared vision. The TVET sector that not only imparts valuable skills, but also champions the principles of gender equality and inclusion. And before I tell you that I want God to bless you, I want to say that this is also a personal statement, not only a statement from my boss, but those who I have worked with, like Tabiola, know that TVET is my cup of tea, my plate of lunch, and my drink for dinner, because I normally don't eat in the evening. So I want to make it a commitment, and my friends also on that end, like Gideon, know that this, yes, is my personal commitment, and anything that you need to be looked into, to be done, to be customized, as long as it is TVET, you have my blessing, you have my hand, you have my commitment. And in TVET, we are skills people, and we also want to be skills people in doing anything that needs to be done as far as a commitment like this one is concerned. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. Support us in skilling the youth of this country, because we need that pool of skilled people if this country is going to move to the next level of development. I want, in a very special way, to thank the German team on whose training model we have decided to anchor to develop the youth of this country. Therefore, for us right now, the dual training in TVET is inadvertent. We have discussed and we have agreed with part of my team there that last year we got busy recrafting the curricula into skills sets, and this year our commitment now is to ensure that TVET, every institution, is anchored into industry, and GIZ is holding our hand on this one, so that we are training 50% theory and 50% industrial training. That is how we are going to get our young people in Kenya skilled, and that is what this country will anchor on to come up with the Singapore of Africa. May the Lord bless you.
I think that deserves another round of applause. Dr. Moria, thank you for your passionate remarks. And earlier on, there was talk about implementing an action plan when it comes to inequality in this country. It looks like the TVET sector has hit the ground running. So the challenge has been accepted. Thank you. I'd like to invite Dr. Mutindo once again to invite our chief guest to make his remarks. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes.
Thank you very much to the speakers. And now I want to make a special request. I told you we are 12 years old, just going to 13, and we are quite practical, and you have heard from our peers that we need to be practical. I will request you to be upstanding as we welcome our chief guest today, Dr. Idris Salim Dakota. He is representing the Deputy President of this country. And just think for one moment, the Deputy President is the one in charge. So as we welcome him, let us remember it's like we are welcoming the head of state in absentia. Welcome, the God of the
Let's be seated. PSS present, that is Principal Secretary, Gender and Affirmative Action, Dr. Anna Ngombe, Principal Secretary, TVET, Dr. Moria, a representative of the CS Labor, Deputy Commissioner for Labor, Millicent Muli, Chairperson Ngek, Dr. Mutinda, and commissioners present. I acknowledge the invitation extended to me, and I want to congratulate you for hosting this event and launch of this critical publication. Chairperson, CCIOs, and chairpersons and commissioners of CCIOs, Ambassador Tapiola, Republic of Finland, Deputy High Commissioner, UK, GIZ Director. Allow me also to write on protocols and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My task today here is very simple. Mine is to represent my boss, the Deputy President, and to read the statement. Isn't that very simple? Yes, my task here today is very simple. But I'm also honored to represent him here due to one or two unforeseen issues. Couldn't make it, but receive his greetings and regards. The Deputy President is supportive of equality, is a great supporter of equality, and that's why in his office, the Office of the Spouse is actually working towards making the forgotten boy child seen around. I think most of us have been thinking that I think the question of gender has been mostly on the other side. When you talk about gender, when what comes to our mind is the other side. And you know which side is it? The F side. Yeah? So, but she has taken that initiative where the boy child is also recognized. That's a clear indication that he is a great supporter of equality. As you know, equality has several definitions. But in my opinion, I think equality, or let's say a developed nation, a nation is not developed until equal opportunities are granted. Equal opportunities for all. And now this calls for maybe a redefinition of the GDP. I think most of the time we have been talking about GDP. But if you look at the national growth vis-a-vis equality, is different. Is actually, it's not translating to equality. Because like in this country, if you look at the income disparities, you'll be shocked. So irrespective of the average income, irrespective of the education, irrespective of health, as long as we are not providing equal opportunities, then we are not developed as a nation. And I'm speaking this from a perspective of marginalization, where we talk about sustainable development, where inclusivity is a building block, a catalyst, and an enabler. We also talk about the characteristics of marginalized communities, which is prevalence of gender inequality in this country. Let me also talk about gender a bit, which in turn translates to poverty levels manifested by lower per capita incomes, high unemployment rates, lower levels of access to safe drinking water, health services, education, among other socioeconomic indicators. For example, if you look at the Kenya's arid and semi-arid lands, I think that's where commissioners should be going to. That is an area where we are seeing a lot of marginalization. And this translates to inequality. This, in respect to inclusive development, these areas have the lowest development indicators. Name it. All indicators are low, apart from one. Yeah. If you look at the Gini coefficient, the human index, in development index, low literacy rates, high mortality rates, among others, everything in that area is low. So I think that defines marginalization. So it is important we look at those facets. But this is just my opinion. Allow me now to go to read the statement. Because of time, I don't want to dwell so much into my thinking. So allow me to just go through the speech of the Deputy President and reads as follows. Honorable Secretaries and Principal Secretaries present, the Chairperson and Commissioners of the National Gender and Equality Commission, diplomatic corps, are all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to join you in this auspicious occasion organized by the National Gender and Equality Commission. We gather here to launch various publications prepared by the Commission on a critical matter that is clear to Kenya Kwanza government, the matter of gender equality and social inclusion. Gender and social inequality are often key factors in the persistence of poverty. Societies with substantive wealth and income disparities, inequality of opportunity, treatment and responsibility, and political inequality suffer high extreme poverty rates. The consequences of gender inequalities and exclusion include feminization of poverty, increased people's vulnerability, gender pay gaps, mental ill health, high rates of unpaid work, These are on and higher rates of unpaid work are not only grave but also costly to reverse. It is for this reason that in September 2015, Kenya joined other 190 United Nations member states in approving a 15-year commitment to ending all forms of poverty, fight inequalities, and tackle climate change while ensuring that no one is left behind. At the same time, the international community established systems for measuring and monitoring progress towards the realization of these goals. In this occasion, we focus on one hand the diagnosis of inequalities in Kenya as contained in the Sustainable Development Goals number 5 and number 10. And on the other hand, I note that the Commission has prepared reports that provide solutions to some of the key outcomes from the diagnostic study. For example, solutions in regard to number 1, addressing gender inequalities in technical, vocational, education and training sector. Number 2, strategies for inclusion of minority and marginalized groups to international development. 3, accelerating gender mainstreaming in the public sector. Today, I'm pleased to launch some of your products that objectively tells us about the status and levels of inequality in Kenya. Different forms of inequality that our country is grappling with, how such inequalities are distributed by sectors, and who is the most affected by these inequalities. The government of Kenya is open to accountability and feedback. And your assessments are valuable to shaping our policy choices, resource allocation, distribution of programs and interventions, and our investment priorities. In September 2022, the Kenyan government got into a special contract to promote change and sustainable development for the people of Kenya. This contract is premised on the bottom-up economic transformation agenda with a clear, well-calculated 5-year plan and strategy of reducing inequalities among the bottom mass of the population. I note that your assessments of inequalities were mapped to the current government of Kenya priorities, and in particular, number 1, labor market development, 2, public social expenditure, including education, housing, social protection, and health. Number 3, gender equality, and lastly, political and governance. Your observations, therefore, inform us about specific areas that Kenya has performed well this far, as well as opportunities for improvement within the sectors of labor, education, and gender, with a focus on the urgent need for the realization of not more than 2/3 of gender principle in parliament and elimination of violence against women and and elimination of violence against women and on political discourse. It is in our 14th month in office, I'm happy to note that the clear pathways to improving livelihoods of Kenyans and 10 major drivers of inequalities. Allow me also to share with you a few examples of activities that the government has undertook. 1 is transformational agriculture through fertilizer subsidy and an input support, investments in value chain and agro-processing, and also leveraging on the technology. This has led to increased productivity, enhanced income to farmers and livestock keepers, and also increased food security. The other action is expansion of opportunities for decent work and job creation for our youth. Key strategies and investments and mentorship in supports and creative entrepreneurship and industries, taking full advantage of the digital space and online talent marketplace, bilateral labor agreements for labor export, and opportunities in local manufacturing and housing. Other activities, long-term response to climate change through investment in clean energy development and the programs for the accelerated restoration of forests, among other initiatives. Number 4, expanded and integrated social safety and protection programs to vulnerable children, youth, women, older persons, and persons with disabilities, persons affected by disasters, among others, has reduced vulnerability of this population against predictable social shocks and risks. Number 5, the reforms in TVET, in the TVET sector, which promoted industry, skill matching, reward of innovations, enhanced youth competencies, construction and equipping of TVET institutions, and hiring of tutors. Number 6, the last point, that is the continued support for devolution that has accelerated centered development and delivery of services at lowest levels of administration. Our struggle in ending inequalities has faced myriad challenges. As a society, we need to develop resilience measures to deal with. 1, we should deal with corruption that denies citizens rights, resources, and opportunities to improve livelihoods. 2, effects of climate hazard, that is extreme fluctuations of drought and erratic flooding, reduced vegetation cover, and unpredictable stress to ecosystems. Number 3, unfair global competition and trade, leading to increased prices of products, currency depreciations, high food prices, and public debt. Number 4, we have weakening democracy and fragile political systems. 5, we have lack of social cohesion, conflicts, and radicalization of youth. Lastly, is feminization of poverty and exclusion of marginalized groups in development. The Kenya Kwanza government appeals on all actors, including mwananchi, private sector, all arms of government, constituent commissions and independent offices, and development partners to foster a stronger partnership to mitigate drivers of inequalities. I appeal to the vulnerable groups, including women, persons with disabilities, marginalized communities, and youth, to take their positions and remain vigilant to detect and call out any duty bearer who promote and perpetuate discrimination and inequalities. As I conclude, the Kenya Kwanza government has directed the relevant ministries and agencies to scale up efforts aimed at reducing inequalities documented in various reports. For example, I'm hopeful that inequalities resulting from lack of compliance with not more than 2/3 gender rule shall be resolved by the current parliament. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Kenya. I think the speech is very clear. It has shown the commitment that the government is ready to tackle the inequality problem in this country. And Parliament will be the anchor point now, as our Commissioner Chair has stated, that we will use Parliament to make sure that the last bit of inequality in this country is sorted. So with this many remarks, I want to say thank you so much for having it with me here and all of us, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. One more round of applause for our chief guest. I hope I'm audible here. Thank you so much, Bwana PS, for your remarks. At this juncture, we're about to segue into the official launch of the documents that we've heard about throughout the morning. We're now into the afternoon. So we have two setups to my left and to my right, and I'm going to direct you through this process. I need this mic to work so I can actually be mobile as I do this. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Am I audible now? Can we do that again? Yes, slightly. Okay, fantastic. So I'd like to call on our chief guest to join me here, stage right, as we officially launch the first report, Dr. Dakota, as well as the NGEC chair, CEO as well. Some of our other key guests also with us, come and join us as well. Your Excellency, Ambassador Tapiola, kindly join us, as well as the Deputy High Commissioner, Your Excellency Stubblefield, as well as the GIZ Country Director, Mr. Emick. Kindly make your way up as we commemorate this occasion. We have the commissioners from NGEC as well join us. Stage right, fantastic. I hope we can all fit here. Wonderful. As well as our PSs, Dr. Wangombe and Dr. Moria, kindly join us as well. Thank you. Are we all in shot? That is much better. Thank you. Wonderful. So this first report we are launching is the 2023 Inequality Diagnostics. We talked about the chair of the independent offices and commissions also present. Kindly join us as well. Stage right as we commemorate this occasion. Kindly make your way up stage right as we launch this first report. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, kindly make your way stage right and join us here. Thank you so much for indulging us. Let's give them a round of applause as they come up. Thank you. And of course, the NGEC knew that there was a problem. We need to diagnose this problem. They looked at the drivers, the factors of inequality in this country, and came up with this first diagnostic report. And of course, it comes under the title, Mind the Gap Towards a More Equal Kenya. So our chief guest, Dr. Dakota, if you can kindly put your hand on that buzzer, and something quite interesting will happen. I'll count you down. So let's do this in about, 5 seconds? Right? Can you count down with me in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Congratulations to NGEC. The launch of the first report. And of course, wonderful, wonderful. Fantastic, fantastic. So a kind request, we have a brief, if we can have our chief guest and the NGEC chair to stand alongside the booklet as we get the first photo op. So we have the booklet right in the middle of you two. If we can create just a bit of space, our key guests, and have the chief guest and the NGEC chair as we capture this moment. Photographers, are we happy with those angles? I know you're not happy with that. Okay. All right, let's get the chief guest and the chair a bit closer to the booklet. Wonderful, wonderful. There we go. Is there? Wonderful. All smiles as we capture this moment. Fantastic. And let us also be joined by the CEO and commissioners as well. Thank you. As we arrange ourselves around the booklet. Thank you, thank you. Are we all in the shot? Fantastic. All smiles. And of course, our other key guests present. Thank you so much, ladies and for indulging us for this moment. Photographers, are we happy with that? You know, we can't do every single shot and angle. Shall we move to this side of the stage, ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest? We're going to launch our second report. This now is the model policy. So we moved from the problem. Now we're moving to the solution. Okay? So we can call this the treatment bay, if you will. So we found out what the problem was. Now we're going to deal with what it is. Our chief guest, if you can join us here, Dr. as the chair as well. And our key guests, it's going to be the same of the stage. Wonderful. Our key guests. Oh, thank you. Wonderful. Are we all in shot? Okay, can we do this again? Let's do our 5-second countdown. Chief guest, your hand is ready. Wonderful. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's the fly, all I want, so much. My dream is to fly, all I want, so high.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much. Once again, let's get that photograph with our chief guest and the NGEC chair right next to the booklet. And just to give you some information on what this document has, it serves as the TVET sector guide, provides the sector with a prototype or model policy framework for mainstreaming principles of gender equality and inclusion in the TVET sector. Fantastic. Can we get also our commissioners as well in the photo? Dr. Moria, Dr. Wangombe, thank you very much. And the commissioners as well. Wonderful. I know it's a tight squeeze. Can we be all smiles as we capture this moment? Congratulations again to the NGEC and key stakeholders who have been instrumental in making this. Thank you once again. And our last stop, I promise, ladies and gentlemen, up on stage, if we can come up on stage. Thank you. And we're going to hand over the booklet to our chief guest. I'd like to call on Commissioner Caroline Naikena to hand over the booklets to our chief guest. Fantastic. Let's capture that moment. Thank you so much, Commissioner. The official handover. Critical documents there in guiding this process as we tackle inequality. All of our VVIPs, kindly make your way up on stage as well as we capture this moment. Thank you so much for indulging me. And we'll hand over the booklets to you as we come up on stage and commemorate this occasion. Thank you. Wonderful. So the booklets that we're seeing being handed over are the 2023 Inequality Diagnostics, showing us the problem, where it hurts, the drivers and the factors behind inequality in this country, and of course, the model policy, the way forward. Where do we go from here? Hopefully that guides this action plan, much needed action plan as we move forward. Fantastic. We are all smiles. I can see the photographers are snapping away. We've got the perfect shot. Is this front page worthy? I think so. Fantastic. Thank you so much. One more round of applause for our VVIPs. Our chief guest, you may take your seats. Thank you so much for indulging us for this commemoration, and a job well done once again to NGEC. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have an awards ceremony, but before we do that, let's have a bit of entertainment, a bit of a breather, and then we'll move into the awards and very shortly be done and ready for lunch. Kayamba Africa, are you in the room? Yes, I can see you as you make your way up on stage. The floor is yours, after which we'll have our awards ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. Just such a beautiful launching of those two very important documents. I'm sure it would be nice to celebrate this because as a whole idea we have. I want to request us to be upstanding. Let's dance to this. Thank you for standing. Wewe ndio nasema thank you for standing. Unaangalia mwingine na ni wewe tu. Thank you very much. Now let's celebrate this together. Stretch a bit, stretch a bit. Very nice. Here we go. Kishangilie tena taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kishangilie tena taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Twajivunie sana tukijikita Kenya, nchi yenye amani. Twajivunie sana tukijikita Kenya, nchi yenye amani. Nchi yenye amani. Makao yetu ni nchi ya sana. Now this for the 60 ukipenda Kenya I never feel like a beautiful when Oh, the last part of it now. So then we go like this. So, remember? Kenya people, I feel like I'm shaking every time. To the right, to the right, here's the fight to yes, I go inside to fly, try to see my thing. No, I think same anything, I just like just looking. But I don't so well to things it's true. Talking flying now, something. Thank you very much.
So much, Kayamba Africa, for getting the blood flowing. Fantastic. We're going to now move into the award ceremony and recognize a few of the ministries, departments, and agencies that have been quite exemplary when it comes to tackling and addressing the issue of inequality in their respective spaces. Let me give you a bit of a background so you can understand where this is all coming from. In the financial year 2022-2023, the Commission and State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action looked at the performance of 341 government agencies, departments, and ministries, and they looked at the progress, how they have mainstreamed gender in their planning, in their budgeting, workforce distribution, and their workplace policies. Now, the 21 institutions that excelled in this assessment will be recognized in the next few moments. So at this juncture, before I invite our chief guest, I need to kind of take you through how this is going to work, the mechanics of it all. So for the ministries, the departments, the agencies that hear your institution's name, you will come up stage left, just like I have. Come right here, center stage. You'll receive a plaque, either a wooden one or a crystal one. You will face the photographers. You will smile and then head off stage. Unfortunately, we don't have time for speeches. Maybe later on during lunch, we'll make time for that. But it is as simple as that. I do believe we have someone from the NGEC team there. He's waving his hand. He'll coordinate all of the ministries, departments, and agencies that are going to be recognized as we move along. But before we do that, allow me to re-invite our chief guest, Bona PS, Dr. Dakota, if you can make your way up on stage. Joining him as well, the NGEC chair, CEO, and commissioners as well. Kindly make your way up on stage, as well as the Deputy High Commissioner. Stubblefield, if she's still with us, kindly join us. And PS, Dr. Anne Wangombe, to join us on stage as well. Thank you all. Wonderful. So we've broken this up or segmented the recognition into a few categories. Category A, we'll be looking at various institutions that have been quite exemplary when it comes to tackling inequality. The first runner-up in this category of other agencies, the Witness Protection Agency. We a hearty and stick making their way quite wonderful. Just for left, wonderful. To receive your plaque, let's give them another round of applause. Job well done. Witness Protection Agency, runners up in this category. Fantastic. All smiles, center stage there, well deserved. They have been great in ensuring they have put in gender equality policies throughout their various departments. Once again, one last round of applause for the Witness Protection Agency. We next have the Teacher Service Commission. The Teacher Service Commission. Congratulations once again to TSC for their excellent work in this area of tackling inequality in their institution. Let's give them one more round of applause. That is no small feat. No small feat indeed. And that rounds out the category looking at commissions and other agencies. One last round of applause for TSC, Teacher Service Commission, as well as the Witness Protection Agency. Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving to the next category, semi-autonomous government agencies. And we have 4 institutions that we are recognizing in this particular category. The first runners-up is the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. Congratulations. Job well done. Kindly make your way up on stage and setting the example in that area of higher education. Congratulations once again to the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. Wonderful. Center stage as you receive your plaque. Well deserved. And we're all smiling. Raise it so we can see it for the cameras. This is your moment. Congratulations, Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. Fantastic. Next runners up is the Kenya Education Management Institute. Congratulations as well for your work in this area. Kindly make your way up and receive your plaque. And this, of course, is in the category of semi-autonomous government agencies. I believe they're making their way up just on the other side of the stage. Fantastic. Thank you. Receive your plaque. Job well done. Kenya Education Management Institute. Wonderful, wonderful. Setting a fantastic example there. Now, to the new Kenya Cooperative Creameries. Congratulations. That is the next runners-up in this particular category. New Kenya Cooperative Creameries, are you in the room? If not, we may have to receive it in absentia. Do we have someone from the new Kenya Cooperative Creameries? It seems not. Fantastic. We'll get that award to them. And the institution with an excellent record is the Kenya Institute of Special Education. Well deserved. Fantastic. They have come out on top in this category of semi-autonomous government agencies, the Kenya Institute of Special Education. Fantastic. Education is doing quite well in this particular category. Fantastic work and setting an example for your peers in that regard. Take a hold of your plaque. Fantastic. Face the photographers as we commemorate this occasion. Thank you once again. You may take your seats. One last round of applause for all of the honorees. The next category is tertiary institutions. Calling up Ramogi Institute of Advanced Technology, first runners up. Congratulations. There they are. I can see the team also trying to make their way up. Wonderful, wonderful. You can head over center stage. This is tertiary institutions who have shown a proven record in implementing mainstreaming gender in their planning, in their budgeting, in their workforce distribution. Congratulations. Once again, you may take your seats. Next runners up, Siala Technical Training Institute. Siala Technical Training Institute. Oh, I can see them coming quite quickly. Come and receive your award. Congratulations. Job well done in showing a fantastic example to your peers. Wonderful. And last but not least, the one institution showing an exemplary, excellent record in the tertiary segment is St. Paul's Kibabi Diploma Teachers Training College. Yep. That ululation is well deserved. They have done fantastic in this area. Wonderful, wonderful. Fantastic. Round of applause. Kibabi Diploma Teachers Training College, rounding out the tertiary institutions category. Moving on swiftly to public universities. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. And first runners up, or rather, this is actually excellent record, is Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. Here you are. Congratulations. Job well done. Dedan Kimathi University of Technology in the public universities segment or category. Again, showing that they have implemented gender mainstreaming policies in various cadres of their organization. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dedan Kimathi University. You may take your seats. Next, we have Southeastern Kenya University. Southeastern Kenya University. Congratulations once again in showing that you are capable of implementing these critical policies in your organization. Fantastic. Let's give them one last round of applause. Southeastern Kenya University, thank you. And last but not least, Taita Taveta University. Taita Taveta University, If you're in the room, kindly make your way up. Oh, fantastic. Congratulations once again. This is your moment. A beautiful crystal plaque there to commemorate the hard work and effort when it comes to implementing gender mainstreaming policies in your organization. And this, of course, rounds out the category of public universities. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Moving on to state corporations. First runners up is the National Council of Persons with Disabilities. Let's give them a handy round of applause. Our chief guest and CEO and chairman, thank you so much, chairperson, as we hand over the plaque to Mr. Harun Hassan, executive director of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. Well deserved. And this, of course, in the category of state corporations. Fantastic. Great example that you are setting there. Congratulations indeed. Next organization is the Kenya for Blind. The Kenya Institute Blind. I hope that you are in. Fantastic. Do we have a representative come? Wonderful. Kindly make your way up on stage to receive your plaque. This is the Kenya Institute for. Thank you so much for your work in this area and ensuring that equality is quashed in your organization. This once again within the category of state corporations. Thank you. Next, we have the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA. NTSA, the moment is yours. Kindly make your way up. Congratulations. There you are. Wonderful. First runners up in this category of state corporations. They have fit the criteria in terms of what they've done to ensure inequality is no more within their organization. Thank you once again. Now moving to the excellent record, Kenya Roads Board. Kenya Roads Board. Kenya, are they on the road maybe? Okay. Some of you will get that one tomorrow. They're coming. Fantastic. There they are. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations once again. This, of course, excellent record among state corporations. Kenya Roads Board, fantastic work. And of course, NGEC looked through their records and policies and programs to ensure that they do indeed deserve this excellent record among state corporations. One last round of applause for them. And last but not least, rounding out state corporations, the National Health Insurance Fund. National Health Insurance Fund. NHIF, are you in the... Okay. It appears we'll have to also accept that in absentia. Not to worry, we'll make sure that they receive that award. We're moving now to the ministries and state departments. And we would like to invite Jackie Bogo to join the chief guest. If you are in the room, kindly make your way up. Kindly make your way up. Jackie Bogo, there she is. Thank you so much. We're moving to from the British High Commission. Janet Sudi, are you here as well? Wonderful. There she is. Fantastic. So you'll also help in handing out these awards. We're moving on to the category on ministries and state departments. First up, and they're all excellent records, is the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. The Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, if you are in the room, congratulations. There you are. Fantastic. Congratulations. Wonderful. Great work you've been doing in the area of mainstreaming gender in your planning, in your budgeting, and your workforce distribution. That has definitely caught the eye of the NGEC and their partners. Congratulations once again. Fantastic. Next, the National Treasury and Economic Planning. If you're in the room, congratulations. Okay, we have someone coming up. Wonderful. I can see you, sir. Kindly make your way up center stage. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. Remember, this is out of 341 institutions. Just 21 made the cut. So this is no small feat. Congratulations once again, the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Congratulations. Wonderful, wonderful job. Well done in setting an example here. Great. Let's get center stage as you receive your crystal plaque. The National Treasury and Economic Planning. Wonderful. All smiles. Well deserved. Yes, we can put all our hands on the crystal plaque. Well deserved. Fantastic. Fantastic. You may take your seats. Now, the Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. The Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice received an excellent record. Wonderful. And we will probably have to, oh, here they are. Fantastic. Congratulations. Receiving on behalf of the Office of the AG and Department of Justice. Let's give them a round of applause. And this now, ladies and gentlemen, will have the Office of the AG take their photo, have their moment. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, Ambassador Tapiola, GIZ Country Director, kindly make your way up on stage, and other members of the Diplomatic Corps present, kindly join us on stage. This is the final honoree for this afternoon before we close out the program that we'd like to honor in this institution, quite high profile, that has been recognized for mainstreaming gender policies. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. State House. Congratulations, State House. Wonderful, excellent record to show in terms of gender equality in your space. Here come some of the team members. We'll also have our chief guest to receive on behalf of State House as well. Fantastic, well deserved. Thank you, madam. You may join the photo as you are recognized for your hard work in this particular area. Do we have a drum roll? We need some celebration and excitement beyond the hand claps are fantastic. But it'll be fantastic to have also Kayamba Africa to commemorate this occasion as well. One last round of applause for all of the honorees, all 21 in all of the categories. Thank you so much to our chief guest, our key guests. You may take your seats. Thank you so much for your indulgence this afternoon. Wonderful, ladies and gentlemen, and with a few minutes to spare to 1 p.m. This is good. We've made up good time. We are about to move a vote of thanks. And I'd like to call up or back on stage Commissioner Thomas Koyer from the NGEC to move a vote of thanks as we close out this occasion. Let's give him a round of applause.
Our chief guest, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in a great country like ours, we are honored this afternoon. And on the behalf of the National Gender and Equality Commission, the organizing committee of this event, we are deeply honored by your presence, unwavering support, your dedication to the cause of gender equality in our nation. This has set a remarkable example for all of us in this country to see. We express our sincere appreciation for your leadership in joining us to serve our nation. We are grateful for your invaluable contribution, your continued commitment to creating an inclusive society in our country. To our honorable members of parliament who could be here. Your presence signifies collective effort required to achieve gender equality at all levels of governance. Our chief guest said this, and I will repeat. We are honored to have a government and a parliament that is keen to see the realization of 2/3. We are hoping, as our chief guest has said, on behalf of His Excellency, the Deputy President, and for us as NGC, we'll be grateful for the support to realize this, because that brings inequality, that brings equality. We have special thanks to the ambassadors, the heads of missions, representatives of the UN agencies, our development partners. We thank you for your support and commitment to fostering international collaboration in promoting gender equality. To honorable principal secretaries, the chairpersons of constitutional commissions, the director generals, state and non-state actors, other members, development partners, our interest groups, members of the Fourth Estate, and also to the commissioners of Constitutional Commission, as well as NGEC. Please accept our appreciation. And to everyone present in this room, this great day, this afternoon, in a beautiful country like ours, we are grateful for the leadership of this country and agreeing to be present with us here today. We are thankful that you have honored our invitation. Without you, this launch of a critical study in our country would not have been very successful. So once again, we thank our chief guest on behalf of our Deputy President of this country for the honor that you've given to our Constitutional Commission, National Gender and Equality Commission in this critical area. Thank you, and may God bless you as we enjoy the lunch, and Happy New Year before we close the month. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Koyer, for moving a vote of thanks. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I request that we be upstanding as we observe the national anthem once again to close out this state function. Kayamba Africa will lead us. Thank you. Thank you very much. You may take your seats as I make a brief announcement. We're just about to segue into lunch. I know you can smell the scent of the food wafting into the room. I will not be before you any longer. But for our VVIPs, our chief guest, if we can allow them to take their leave first, and that will be to my right, that door in the